Yikes, what a beginning. So, right as I was going live, I noticed that my microphone wasn't picking up any sound signal. So, really quickly had to unplug everything and replugging in the microphone made it work. So, sorry that I made you wait. But then, of course, the stream connection for this painting program completely disappeared. So first of all, let me know if you can hear me okay. I think I might be a little bit too close to the microphone, especially if I'm leaning down. So, oh, okay. Finally, we are starting. Not with this. Oh, damn it. Actually, give me a real quick second here. Okay, now we are in the right painting. I just need to really quickly reconnect this damn thing. Okay, finally. Sorry, I was in the wrong Procreate file. So now we're in the right one. And I increase the size of this because nobody needs to see my face in this whole thing. Let's paint stuff. Okay. Since in the last stream where I painted this one, I was using snow brush, so I think I'm going to be using that here as well. And this is one of those palettes that I haven't uploaded to the members download folder yet, but I will put it there. Okay, thanks. Because I really didn't have time to like do another sound test when the microphone like dropped itself. It's really not the fault of the microphone. Like this is like insanely expensive microphone. But sometimes when you are like plugging in, like live stream is really a combination of like tons and tons of different devices connecting at the same time. So something is bound to happen. I'm not going to worry about it now. I'm just going to focus on the stream and try to enjoy this. And welcome everybody who managed to make it all the way here into this small corner of the internet. I'm streaming like a lot later than normally, just so that I can reach a different time zone than my normal work hours are. I know that it can be frustrating if you live on the other side of the planet and every time that I'm streaming, you're asleep. So I wanted to create just a little bit more options. Now, for this live stream, I wanna like accomplish a lot. I have a very ambitious subject that I'm making here, and I have tons of different elements. So I think a lot of this, like especially in the beginning, I'm just going to be painting my butt off to get stuff like appearing on the canvas. I will be pausing every now and then to check the chat, but to make this as useful as possible for everybody, I wanna like cover a lot of ground just like when it comes to techniques. This is just like a simple blob, but I'm visualizing what kind of slightly spooky gothic mansion type thing I wanna have in this piece. It's just like what kind of like a blob of screen space on this canvas it's going to take. Actually, I'm going to just like drop these old paintings here, even though I like those paintings, but they have served their purpose. Sometimes when I start a new painting, I can just start with that like previous painting. You can, by the way, like see the full live streams of me making this piece in the membership live streams. It's split into 2 parts because I DC'd for some reason. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to say here is that like when you have a painting, you can just Gaussian blur it, and then you already have this sort of like hue variety in your piece. And I also sketched in like these little dudes, and I'm going to be using that later. I'm going to be locking that layer so that I don't accidentally destroy it. But I'm gonna remove the sketch layer. Am I? Let's see. Maybe I will leave it in like very low opacity. Just in case. And I can also lock these guys. I have this idea that I really wanna like incorporate like green sky into my painting somehow. I know that I do that a lot anyway, but especially now I thought it would be an interesting way to like find that sort of like surreal night feeling in this piece. I'm not exactly looking for like horror or anything terrifying. I just want to have that sort of like spooky but mysterious, like mysterious that you want to kind of like explore and peek in closer type of a mood. And I almost already have a title for this painting, which is super rare. Usually the title comes through working on the image and processing what it's about, but I'm kind of already aware what the message of this piece is going to be, which is not something that is super common for me. Okay, hello Chinny and Talcreef, welcome to the Angry Mob. Please join our Discord. You will find the Discord invitation link in the community posts. It's been some time since I posted it, but the link is the same. If you just like scroll to the previous community posts, you will find it. I will make a new one right after this, because I also updated the link to the download folder, where you can get a lot of the downloads that are only available for a certain amount of time. So I recommend getting those before the download folder closes. The download folder closes on 5th of November. I just extended it because I've added so much new stuff in there after I posted it. So there's just a lot more things in there now. Somehow this like bright streak in the horizon reminds me of Lapinkulta, which is this terrible Finnish beer that absolutely nobody should ever drink. Nobody in Finland drinks it seriously or enjoys it. So I was once in a video game launch party where there was like free beer, but it was that beer, so nobody drank it, not even me. Like, it's so bad that you wouldn't even drink it for free. I love warp tool. Like, honestly, it's crazy to me that some people are still asking for Procreate or any other application to make like specific gradient tools, because I've used so many of them. For example, Photoshop has a very like robust gradient tool, but it's complete garbage compared to warp. So I don't see like why anybody would ever use the Photoshop basic default gradient tool over the warp tool, because it's so much better. I am also painting along, AdWorks is saying. That's cool. So at least I'm not the only one painting here. I think I'm gonna add this as a card, because I know that the little guy in the foreground is going to have bright light, maybe a lantern, or maybe it has light coming from within. For that reason, I am giving it this sort of like a forest card in the background to work as a checkerboarding tool. So checkerboarding is one of those techniques that is really fundamental to all composition. You're always looking for how to add contrast to whatever you want the viewer to be able to read through mixture of light and dark areas. And sure, there are midtones, but you really can't make anything like read. You can't stop the eye and make them pay attention to something if you're not really clear about that. And it might seem like in photography you really don't have to do it as much, but there it's a similar composition tool. But in painting and illustration format, you really do have to like approach every single subject that is important to be readable in your scene, in a way where you really consider, how can I explain this? Not just do it in a way that looks pretty, but in a way that it's understandable in the scene. Where the ground plane is going to be. Probably around here. And the camera is really on the level of the ground. It makes that sort of like bottom half of the composition a little bit trickier than usual, because you can't really have details showing the perspective in any way, and all kinds of like high contrast elements are going to pull a lot of attention there. So you have to be quite intentional on what colors to use and what purpose that area really has in your whole scene. Whoa. East Coast is asking, Mikko, how are you today? Well, I have to say that it's been quite a roller coaster week emotionally, but now Well, my stress level has gone from like 900 to just like high. So compared to like what it was in the beginning of the week, because I had some like really like shocking, horrifying situation happening in my freelance business. But now, compared to that, it's like 900 times better. I still have a lot of work to do, but at least it's not like a sinking and burning trash fire type of a ship. So it's a huge, huge improvement. Like I'm not complaining in any way. I'm really happy that we got here. You have to be optimistic. But it has been like a good reminder that like you're not really like that much in control when things happen, or like in a bigger scale you're not really that much in control, which is humbling. I love this track, by the way. There are these sounds that sound like sneakers are hitting gym room floor. I just love those sort of like effects in songs. Already this sort of like muted red is working kind of well with the green, and I'm sure that I will get more like saturated greens in there. Just want to make sure that this silhouette is interesting to me, because otherwise it doesn't really matter what I do for the entire painting. If I can't get excited about it, then it's kind of selfish to think that like anybody else would care about this painting if I don't. So always in pretty much any painting, that's my first like main concern. So you wanna like do a circle with the quick shape tool, I recommend kind of like going over what do you think a circle would need. That way you don't have to connect the edges by hand. But here I obviously don't mind if there's a little bit of like a painterly look to this. So I'm not going to be like hysterical about it. So now I really want to start playing with the silhouette and just like try to make it more interesting. I can make pretty much anything work within this silhouette, like all the perspective stuff and getting all the windows and the architecture in, like that stuff is easy as long as I know what kind of silhouette I'm working towards and if it's interesting or not. And you can really do this with just like a completely flat card. Like it doesn't have to be more complex than that. Hope this de-stresses you. Well, yeah, I think just working on my art is always relaxing. And I've been like stressing about the fact that like if, for example, for whatever reason, like this live stream drops, I'm just gonna say right now that if that happens, I'm going to start a new live stream right away. As soon as possible. So I'm deciding not to worry about it now because I have so much to paint here that like I honestly need to just focus on that so that I can create something that can be excited about. I think this tower is a little bit too close to the moon here. I can probably also like just continue the image space upwards, because what you never want to do is to have either an arc shape really just like barely touch at the corner of the image, or an arrow shape touch the corner of the image. So I think I'm still like within my limits with that moon. I think the moon maybe could be a little bit smaller. Yeah. Like, we get it. It's a big moon. Just hiding that seam. AdWorks is saying, I've been working with purple that looks like yellow, and every time I go into the color picker, I am like, wow, that's purple. Yeah, relative color is crazy, but it feels like a real ninja skill once you learn it, so it's definitely worth mastering. And it's not just like a trick either. You really do get a lot of benefit from being able to like depict the mood with a restrained color palette, because then when you do add accent colors, they really pop out in a different way. And you don't always even need accent colors. Sometimes your magnets and subject colors, they can be just like more saturated or brighter versions of those colors. That can also work just as well. I'm using my snow brush because I think this brush is the easiest and the fastest one to use in streams like this, where I have tons of different elements and I just need to get like a whole lot of things done almost all at once. So for those purposes, I've noticed that I can get my details done, I can do like foliage detailing, I can do hard architecture, and then I can easily blend colors and find the right colors when I'm working under pressure, or at least under like a time limit, which all of these live streams have, because I can't be painting here for 8 hours straight. So that's the time pressure, like something needs to happen. I know that some Twitch streamers stream like 24 hours in one go, but I don't know. I'm too old for that. It would be nice to do like a super long stream once, like something like super crazy. Maybe 12 hours would be something that seems like it would be insane, but still like somewhat feasible for a normal person. Okay, now that I have a drawing guide, I can just work on the perspective a little bit more. In assisted mode, making sure that these corners are done first, because they kind of inform what happens within those boundaries from that point onward. I could make this roof continue all the way to the main body of the building, but I think as a silhouette it looks just more interesting if it continues as its own like rooftop in here. I think having something that comes out from this like corner here could make it look a little bit more interesting. It's not just a flat edge. I once made a whole project with just using silhouettes, and through that 3 years of just drawing silhouettes every day, you kind of learn to appreciate the power of silhouettes and how important it is. And you also learn this skill of like simplifying elements and how things get like more visually impactful once you reduce it. You reduce the details to like just what you need. It's amazing how much people can kind of like draw the rest of the illustration in their heads. You give them like just enough tools to make those leaps in their mind. When I was doing research for this live stream, I saw these like interesting like rooftop ornaments that were like almost like fences on the very top of the roof, and I thought that was like super interesting. Like one way that I can make this silhouette just like even more ornate in here. Maybe have the drain pipes always kind of like protrude so that they can make that interesting shape and have a little bit more like organic look to them. Because you know how these elements that water runs through and they are just like attached to the side of the building, over years they kind of go off kilter, and that's why I'm using freehand brushstrokes to do those. I'm gonna mark this empty layer as a reference layer, and on this reference layer I'm going to start blocking in faces that are facing towards this light side. I don't exactly know where the light source is, like maybe there are still some like rays of sunlight, like I don't know. One of my art teachers used to call this like theatrical lighting. She just like one day said that like, I've been criticizing you for having these sort of like mysterious light sources, but now I understand that like this like theatrical lighting is kind of your strength. So that was cool. So once she said that, like I understood that like if it makes some sort of like emotional or internal sense to me, I'm just gonna go with it, and I'm not going to make the light be more boring just because that would make it more realistic. Sometimes you just need the right person to give you permission to make those sort of discoveries about your own art. I'm using this bright color just so that I can like really clearly see what I'm doing. I'm obviously not going to be using this bright of a color on this wall, but for working, sometimes helps using like temporary colors, especially if you know that it's on an isolated layer and it's really easy to change later. I'm gonna pull out the drawing guide, and instead of perspective, I'm gonna go into symmetry to make some elements in this perspective mode. I'm gonna take off the drawing assist and then just do no, I'm gonna put the drawing assist on because that's what I put this on here for. I'm gonna do rooftop shapes that are kind of steep but somewhat curved right at the end, kind of like it's drooping, but in a very subtle way. Okay, now that I have this shape, I'm gonna do a few duplicates and then switch drawing guide to perspective, put the opacity properly on so that I can use transform, and I'm gonna put this in its place. So I'm gonna go into free transform and I'm gonna align it with the pink lines. and the verticals are aligned with the cyan lines. It usually helps to do this in a very large scale so that you know that you are aligned all the way through. And then by moving from the middle nodes, you can scale it in place and it's still in perspective. And I'm just gonna move it along those lines a little bit to the left to protrude that half of the ceiling. Okay, so that's one. A really big scale. Like I said, that does help. Because you can do this also in a smaller scale, but then when you're moving it along these rails, you might notice that the further you move it, suddenly you're like off those rails, and then it's not in perspective anymore. So it's better to do this in bigger scale, because then you notice those mistakes. Now I'm moving it on the middle nodes to here. That's good. And I'm also going to make a duplicate of this. And this duplicate, I'm going to move along the green rails to here, where that rooftop ends. On that wall. If you pay attention to this like right tail, I'm keeping it in the same alignment here. And then the right edge of that as well. I'm wearing here, and this is going to be smaller, so now I'm gonna go into a uniform and make sure that I am staying within those same bounds. The peak doesn't go over the top diagonal line. I'm gonna hide it here so that I don't have a weird tangent, so that the tower is going to hide that part, but I need to know where that rest of that part is going. So now I'm just going to erase the lines that I don't need. The only thing from this line that I need is the part where it's hitting that top tower. I'm gonna keep that. And for this, I only need the right part of this. You don't need to be hysterical with this, but like, especially in the beginning and with the big shapes, as long as you get those right, then you're already like on the right track. Old houses kind of like fall apart and gravity pulls different pieces down, so a little bit of like a wiggle in these sort of things, it just makes the whole building look more alive, in my opinion. So if somebody is like criticizing you for getting some of these things wrong, then maybe they are not paying attention to the right things. Basically, just make the art, that's all. And I'm going to need another angle for the diagonal shapes that are going to the other direction as well. So now I'm aligning the edges to the different direction along these cyan lines. And this way I can get that top rooftop shape angle right around here, the left side specifically. On how it slopes down. Since these aren't touching each other, I can just merge those. On the top right side, architectural detail, same thing. I love organ music, by the way. Whenever there is this Night of the Arts, I always go to this one church that has the best organ players in Finland coming to show their skills, and they can basically choose what they are playing, and they are just like playing their like favorite things on the organ all night, and it's called Organ Marathon. Okay. So we got a lot of like difficult angles done in perspective. I think quite quickly. I'm going to lock that for a while. Okay, wow, there's so much in the chat that I haven't noticed. I'm gonna really quickly check what I missed in the chat. Rachel D saying, "Hey Mikko, it's nice to catch you streaming. Thanks for sharing your insights on art making. It's like sitting down with an old professor." Please don't call me that old. And learning new ways of using the media. Yeah, I guess I'm old. Hey Selena, you're not too late. Hey Esther, I'm doing great. It's late for me, but I think that's fitting for this stream. Will those be trees, plants eventually? Like the pops of red on the right and left? Yeah, I think I'm doing trees there. I was thinking of like maybe doing like creepy non-leafy trees, but the red really kind of frames the image, so probably some foliage at least. Hello Logan. Do you have a visual reference for this piece? I was looking at like a lots of old rooftops earlier, so I have that in my head now. That's where I got the idea for these sort of like rooftop railings, the decorations that are up there. So this is where that rooftop is going to kind of like cut through that tower. And then end up in that organic shape later. Whenever I'm switching between the assisted drawing mode and the freehand, I'm pressing the action button between opacity and brush size. You can set it to whatever, but I think like setting it to assisted drawing like saves me so much like menu shuffle that it's a huge time saver in this. There's like one guideline missing from here. And it's the other side of this. So I'm copy and pasting this same thing. And then, is there any reference point that I could follow? I think approximately like this. It doesn't get that much smaller. And then from that line, the only part that I actually need is this half. I'm hitting clear on that. Sorry that I sometimes just go quiet and focus on the painting. I know that like if you have a burning question in the chat, you might feel ignored if I'm not reading it right away. But some aspects of the painting really do require like continuous concentration. So whenever I have those moments, I am checking the chat to see what's happening. But I also have to kind of like make sure that something is happening during this live stream. It's not just me reading messages. I just saw somebody like explain how Twitch is like much more aligned towards like chat features. I don't know if that would like really help me that much, since I have a limited like attention span when I'm painting. I don't know a better way to say that. Okay, I think I have like very complicated boxes and rooftops. So I'm excited about this. Esther is saying, it feels so different from your last painting. It's nice to see you take on a different vibe. Yeah. There used to be a time when people didn't say stuff like that at all, because like I had this like almost a mission of not having a style, that I wanted to switch whatever I'm doing like very deliberately all the time. And I think it was part of like some kind of a phase where I didn't want to be defined into any kind of a box. But I was also depriving myself of the things that I actually do like. So I do like sort of like old architecture design. Nobody needs it in these days, except maybe in like certain types of games. And these sort of adventurous environments where I can imagine myself getting lost or living somewhere in a remote location. I do like those things. I think it took some time to process that, like, I'm not proving anything to anyone by not doing those things, and let myself just like enjoy the things that I enjoy. So I guess now I have more of a style that I do use more often. But it doesn't feel like I have chosen this painting style over anything else. Like, for example, I don't feel like I've abandoned oil painting or gouache painting or Sumi E ink drawings. It's just like when an idea comes that like needs those tools and it suits those tools better, then I just use those in those situations. I don't think there needs to be anything like more to it than that. Again, I can cheat one of these lines somewhat in here.
Hold on, let me save myself.
They are not in perspective, but let's not tell anybody. Venus is saying I'm so glad I can make it to one of your live streams. I've been struggling as an artist at work. Being able to join in these positive vibes is like breathing fresh air after being submerged forever. That sounds like a not so nice work situation. I have to be honest, like I've gotten like some like I've seen a few places where I could apply for work, but it's just certain kinds of jobs are, I don't know, can be like very easily like mentally so draining that it's like, can I trust these like random people that I don't know at all to like treat me with respect? Those are like really the things that I am considering when I'm thinking about like, should I apply for a job or not? Lunesse is saying, the thought process here reminds me of chess, making moves that will do something many steps down the road, setting something up for later. That's a mindset that I do not have yet at all. You don't need that mindset for all paintings. Sometimes you can just like wing it, and honestly, that's like super fun. I highly recommend winging it whenever it's possible. But for something that has, for example, a rooftop, different like diagonal angles and so on, this painting idea is just going to be a nightmare to fix later if I don't set it up the correct way. Meaning like layer structure, making sure that like I don't start on like dumb details and then realize that it has been painted in a completely wrong place or wrong perspective where it's just useless work. I think these elements are interesting design elements, but they could probably be on their own layer. You can use drawing assist for everything, but the end result is going to be like quite boxy and lack a lot of personality. So you have to kind of pick your moments when you want to use that as a method on constructing your illustration. There's a right time and place for everything. I'm just sketching in what kind of like floors and windows I would like to have here. So I think this is the stone part of this whole building, and I need to divide this into 2 floors. So I think the midpoint goes around here. So here I have space for 1 window. I think like an arch shape. I could do like a pointy one. But I don't need to go that scary. I don't need things to be spiky. Maybe like ornate. That could be one way to kind of keep it within the mood. And then on the upper floor, maybe I could have something like thinner. So like the same but different. Because on the lower floor, you might have like a fancy lobby or dining room. So those windows are bigger. So that's like a smaller but still within the same style. I think that could work. And then kind of repeat the ornaments in a smaller scale. Okay, so that's 2 windows. What about windows that are the side of the buildings, like on these like arches? It's just the horizontal beam. So it's 3 versions of the same shape repeated over and over. That's 3 types of windows that I can do. Now I'm going to actually design those. So I'm gonna do a new layer and set this into the mirroring drawing guide. Symmetry. And again, picking a color that I can actually see what I'm doing. it really doesn't matter what the color is as long as I see it. And then the ornament parts. So this kind of expands out. Makes the top half a bit thicker. You see this in some old buildings, and it's almost like protecting the window from the hardest rain without being a roof element. So that's one window. I'm gonna drop this color into it. One window done. Then next one. It's about the same height. We're gonna have a little bit less thick base. I keep keeping the old one there so that I can kind of compare these two, so that the theme is kind of the same, and these arches, they don't need to be exactly the same, but I'm just repeating the shapes. So I'm doing that like thicker part here as well, but only up here, not on the sides. This on the same height, and then one more part, and this last one I'm going to refer to the previous ones still, so that some of the elements are the same. So for this window, I am making it a little bit shorter so that it fits in those small spaces. But to repeat the previous elements, I am using the same arc. I forgot the symmetry. Somehow I didn't turn it on. Okay, and then adding a clipping mask to this and just filling it with the same color. Now I have 3 types of windows, all designed to fit into the same look. And when I'm copying these, I need to just pay attention to always keeping a spare so that I don't destroy the original. So let's go back to the previous drawing guide. So what I'm now looking for is the pink lines, aligning based on those. Okay. This can be kind of relaxing sometimes. You shouldn't take it too seriously. Making sure that it's on the same height, and then pulling it into the right spot over here. I think I could add one more to the right side. Now I'm looking at the green lines when I'm aligning this. If your iPad lowers the resolution to keep everything running smoothly, just wait a while and the resolution will jump back. I'm going to merge all of these. If a window is on the same side of a building, like really nobody's gonna come to your house and arrest you if you do this, which I have done with many paintings. That you can kind of like fake this type of perspective when it's like really close to each other, and then just like skew it from the middle part, like so. Like, it's kind of naughty, but it's fine, honestly. I'm not gonna do it here because I think I might want to add like a door here. I just wanted to show that technique in case you are in a situation where you have like a whole row of windows like that. You don't wanna spend an eternity on stuff like that. There are more important things in life, trust me. Is it aligned? When you do like a really large scale comparison like this, you can kind of see that it's not aligned. I'm pulling it on the right rails. And usually these sort of elements, I always just drop on the same layer, because they're never touching each other anyway. So there's no danger of losing any kind of edges or important selection mechanisms by merging these sort of elements on the same layer, even if they are different designs of windows. Let's add some color blocking, at least for the silhouette of this dude. I need to be aware of just like how much time I have to do every single element, so I need to like really make sure that the visual impact is the priority, not any individual element. But at the same time, I really do want to like construct this in a way where, like I said earlier, like after the stream is over and I need to clean up my stuff for like the final version of the painting, when I go into the details and rendering, I don't want to kind of start from scratch and just have the layers be a complete mess. So that's why I've been kind of working in a lot more deliberate manner towards that like one single goal. I was thinking of maybe first like doing a witch girl here in the foreground, but I thought like, why don't I just like have a guy? Or do we really even need to know the sex of this dude? I don't think it's important. It's a person. And also I wanted to have this sort of like touch of contemporary looking clothing. I might go a little bit darker with this still. I really want the whole character to read like as a silhouette, but to make that silhouette work, I need to see what I'm doing. So here I'm kind of like working the opposite way that I'm usually working, which is like from lighter to darker tones. It can be tempting to just like make everything a flat silhouette first, and then worry about what to add there. But for these sort of elements, like I really need to think about the drawing side of it, so that I understand myself what I'm painting. And then when making something like this darker, I really don't recommend using multiply. One quick trick is to just like do a duplicate and then do a curves layer. And on this curves layer, I am adding a little bit of blue, which is making it even brighter. But then on gamma, I am bringing down everything. This is kind of like darkening every color in the same way, but in a more saturated way. And then I'm adding it as a clipping mask, adding a mask, inverting it, and then painting in that shadow with white. I'm really quickly going to check the chat now. Sorry. This organ marathon sounds awesome. It is. I highly recommend it to everybody. In general, if you're visiting Finland, like visit during the Night of the Arts. That's a great event. I have never seen an organ in person and recently started following a musician that makes a lot of videos about it. Yeah, they are huge. It's 1 a.m. here in the Philippines. You're not that far off from my time zone then, Mekus, even though we're on the different sides of the planet. It's just that we are hitting the same vertical zone almost. Well, I am you saying to not call you old, but in another stream you said that you are 150-year old. Yeah, well, it's not the same when I do it. It's the millennial paradox. We are both child and ancient beings at the same time. Setsuna is correct, but I have to add that like I'm also gay, so like for me, middle age is like your retirement age, basically. It's like dog years. It's basically the same thing. You get in the zone when painting and have a tunnel vision, focusing completely in what you're drawing. Yeah, that's true. It's fine to call me old. It's fine. I'm not offended. Also, it's the truth. I was just yesterday in a track running class, and let me tell you, I am not the fastest person in there. There, I really feel old. Hello, it's my first time to join your live and I'm happy to be here. We're happy to have you here. It's 3 a.m. here in Japan. Wow. So it's 5 hours ahead of me. Doesn't feel like that big of a time difference, but like I remember that one time when I flew to Japan, like I was so out of it the next day. Maybe it's also because like the distance is so long that's just like the fatigue of travel kind of like knocks you out anyway. So at this point, you have been watching me paint all this time, so I might kind of explain what the whole idea for the painting is. Maybe it's like a high time for that too. Sorry, it's just like there's a lot to get to here. But I thought that like Halloween reminds me of all kinds of like social gatherings and events, like parties and stuff. And I'm always like super awkward at like, in the first place, like showing up to anything like that. And then I almost never feel like myself when I'm in a party. I have this thing that like I feel like I'm not really invited like to anything. For some reason, like I always feel like that. I'm always like looking for a reason why I somehow like messed up and I showed up to an event even though like it wasn't really meant for me in the first place. So here I wanted to create this sort of like the person showing up. I think that's the reason why the dude looks so generic, because I wanted it to be kind of like anyone like me or you. That's why I don't want to give it a whole lot of like personality. But this person is aware that these pumpkins gather during Halloween in this haunted looking mansion, because it's a safe place. Here nobody will try to murder them by carving them into art. But he's invited, and I wanted to show like a bunch of these pumpkins kind of like not only already being in the party, but like they are coming outside to greet him. And when I said that I already kind of have an idea what the name of this piece could be, I thought like everybody is already here could be the name for this painting. It's just like when you show up to some kind of an event like this, it's so important that like people acknowledge that you showed up. I wanted to have like that moment in this piece. And I am going to a party tomorrow, and I feel like I know exactly like one person well and another person like through her basically. And it's their party, so I know that she won't have time for me that much in there. So I'm like really not looking forward to going. I'd much rather stay indoors and paint. But I don't have like that many like physical, sometimes I meet in the real world type of friends, so I am going. It's important for her, of course, as well. Accidentally painted on the wrong layer, but that's fine. That's life. Why am I low in battery even though I'm plugged in? Quickly check. It was a Steam Deck charger, not the Nintendo Switch one. Okay. Now I'm plugged into the right charger. these are honestly like the hardest aspects about drawing trees. The silhouettes where you are punching in the holes. There are so many ways to do it wrong. So sometimes it's just like trying and finding what doesn't look distracting, what doesn't look symmetrical, but you end up making those wrong brushstrokes so easily. So it's good to have that sort of mentality that I don't need to get it right the first time, I can just keep trying. I think this part of the whole composition needs a little bit of like checkerboarding, so I'm thinking of maybe adding like one more tree here to kind of carve out that edge in a slightly more visible way. Thank you, Lala. Lala is saying thank you always for making great tutorials for art. It's not a lot, but hoping it will help you somehow. I'm a big fan of yours. Thank you. Can I like that? No, it doesn't let me like it. I can heart it. I can heart things, but I can't like. That's weird. Thank you, Lala. It does help, honestly. I was just thinking about like one day about the live streams, and I had like one live stream on for everybody visible for longer than normal, and it was up almost a week, and I realized that like I can almost buy lunch with the amount of money that video made, so that made me happy. I'm kind of in a phase where I need to save a lot of money, so I'm trying to be as frugal as possible. And I don't have expensive hobbies. Well, except sports. Like the sports club that I go to, I think that's the biggest expense. At some point I do need to like look into upgrading the hardware that I'm editing the videos on. I think something about the CPU or graphics card might be a bottleneck for live streams, when sometimes it's like saying that the bitrate is not high enough. It's been working fine all these years, but I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea what kind of equipment is really necessary to run live streams properly, and I can't afford the most expensive options anyway, so I really just need to get something that works reliably, that's all. Because I'm not doing like 120 FPS gaming or anything, I'm just painting here. And you don't need to see every single frame in a second that I'm doing, you're not missing anything that way. I think that really helps with the silhouette. At least I feel that way. And to save time, let's just do some cheap tricks. Because if people know me at all, they know that I'm really, really cheap. And whenever I can recycle something, that is what I'm going to do. Vivi is climbing into her bed, making several rounds to make sure that the angle that she is landing on the bed is just right. Sometimes she needs multiple spins just to make sure that she's set up for perfect corgi charging position in the most optimal way that she needs and deserves. I think for me, the things that I like to do for fun when I'm like taking an easier day, when I'm not working as much, like then I'm just like going on like extra super long walks with Vivi, and I found that that's the best way for me to relax, because there's so much like nature and forests around here. Whenever I'm walking in a forest, it's just kind of resets my brain, and it inspires me every time as well, so kind of a win-win. Are you going to wear a costume? No. We don't do like, yeah, it's not that big of a thing in Finland. Like in Finland, the whole concept of Halloween is basically this American thing that is not really a event that anybody is like celebrating here. Basically, if you're asking what a Finnish Halloween is like, there is no such thing. Right now, at least. I really love the color scheme, dude. Thank you. Display art is saying, if I go to a party and I only know the host, I arrive after the start time, greet the host, hopefully to be introduced to whoever they are talking to, then excuse myself early if I'm not chatting. Yeah, that seems like a good strategy. I think my problem is that I always like arrive to things like way too early. I know that I was late for this live stream, but it was a technical fiasco here, so I had everything set up already. It's just like when I went live, everything broke, which sometimes happens. But usually I'm like way too early to things. AdWorks is saying, have you ever been like, oh, this is who I am going to be and this is what I should be? Can you elaborate on that question? You mean like artistically, like what my style is, or what do you mean? Like as a person? I think as a person at least I've had those moments. I think this snow brush is perfect for this sort of like scumbling in trying to find the right color and then just like letting it in there because the texture is, I don't know, I just love that texture. You really see it when you zoom in close. Can you see it here? That's why I'm not like opening the palette all the time, because I'm just letting the colors blend on the canvas. And you can do this with any brush that has that blending feature. I like to have the blending feature in the tilt of the Apple Pencil, because that way I don't ever do it accidentally. Now that I'm thinking about this, what I really should have done is to do all of this texture, but as a clipping mask, because then I would be able to do this, like bulge out the texture, so it's kind of following the round shape, to give it that kind of like a little bit of like extra dimension. I don't know if this looks like I'm like doing anything important, but like this is just like super fun to paint. After all those like technical parts, just like making a mess on the moon. think there should be bats as well. I'm just trying to put in all of the elements that I will have in here. I know that the house is probably the one element that is going to need the most amount of like rendering, so there I'm just going to input all of the elements that I can. Help, how do you draw bats? What are these, like black birds? They can be birds as well. Maybe bats and birds can be friends. I think that looks kind of cool. Okay, now I'm gonna do a new layer, and this is basically going to be like the ornament layer for the house, where I can freely paint elements, but then also use the drawing assist whenever necessary. That could be higher. this is kind of time-consuming stuff, but in the end, like it's exactly these sort of details that like end up bringing that richness and character to a building. This is the sort of stuff that they don't do with buildings anymore. Everything comes in a factory-made bulk that is just the cheapest way to produce those elements. Of course, we can't afford mansions like these anyway, but we do have buildings that we put tons and tons of money into, and they are one-of-a-kind buildings. But it's never the kind of architecture that even architects like. If you look at the kind of buildings that actual architects live, a lot of them are like old townhouses and stuff. They really do appreciate the old way that things were built, but then when you look at their body of work, it's none of that. It's just on a I'm not really making anything new. I'm just like highlighting something that I like in buildings like these. And yet I think it's a message that is important, because I do think that certain like aesthetic values, like they are important to just mental health. If we live in very ugly surroundings, it kind of seeps into our mind over time. If your environment is telling you that like you are not worth beauty, then eventually you will start believing in that. And I don't think that's good for anybody. I wanted to add this roof portion here because I thought of like making this almost like a side door that is not the main entrance, because it's such a massive building that you really want to have more doors than just one. And here I'm adding tiny stairs, because I have absolutely no respect for my own time. If I did, I would not do stairs ever. It's that simple. If you want to enjoy art, don't do stairs. It's really not that difficult. Just don't do stairs and you'll be fine. But if you do stairs, then you're really asking for trouble, and you deserve all the difficulties that come with that challenge, because you have been warned. Okay, we have our first pumpkin. I think it's like too close, or maybe to do this not close enough, so I'm gonna pull that a little bit. Just putting it between the clouds so that the head gets enough negative space to read. I'm gonna also lower that line of trees a little bit. Uh, hmm. Thank you, Chinny, for joining. So yes, artistically, like about the question that have you ever been like, oh, this is who I'm going to be, and this is what I should be. Hmm. I always know that like I I can choose what direction to go with my art, but it's not like I'm choosing. I feel like the art is going to be what it is. I think ever since I stopped doing games full time, I've kind of enjoyed most about this new freelancer life. The fact that I don't have to force myself into like being the kind of person that I don't feel like being that day. I think with games it can be very difficult because like art requires so much like emotional investment to do it well. And if you're working on a project, you are kind of like trying to create very specific vibe for that project. And it requires you to kind of exist emotionally in that space all that time. And there's just going to be mornings when, or days, or even weeks, when you feel like I don't wanna be in the mind space of killing zombies every day. That's rarely how most people wake up, anyway. Really like this pumpkin's cute little tunic. If I make the moon glow over these elements later, I can do these sort of like thin ornaments that will play well with that light. here I might have a little bit more slim windows. Maybe this tower is for the staff of this building. I add a very wide front door here, I can kind of emphasize how that middle area of the building kind of protrudes out, and this just goes under. So with the window, maybe it's better to start with a pattern that kind of hints that it's symmetrical to the other side. before I work on the bottom half of the building, I want to kind of root the building in place by adding these sort of like shrubs. I don't know if some of these might be like a little bit overgrown or have spiky branches sticking out, as it's slightly unkept house. But maybe these pumpkins, like they can reach these small shrubs. Maybe they are very good at gardening. This kind of seems like the kind of thing that pumpkins would be good at. Christine is saying, making a mess on the moon is giving me painting title vibes. That's a good idea. I mean, like, what other work can give you an opportunity to make a mess on the moon? What was I doing here? Shrubs? Yes. So late in the year that like even these shrubs have started to yellow. I just love that effect when you see some trees or bushes and then you see how the leaves yellow in this sort of like almost linear gradient from top to bottom. It's usually the lowest leaves that remain green the longest, and sometimes you see this like full gradient from red to yellow to warm greens and normal greens from top to bottom of the plant. I think that's super cool. I'm very fascinated by these visual elements in nature that look like very unreal, something that you wouldn't expect a plant to do, and then just like trying to emphasize that in an even more graphic way. I'm very happy that the mood is kind of already there. I think everything else I can fix, but if the mood is at this point, like not coming in, then like you, at least I need to tear down like huge portions of the painting, or sometimes even change the whole concept in some way. I want everybody to be waving and like really excited that this person arrived. I don't know why, but I just like find that really it affects me. That's why I know it's working. Sometimes you're just happy for the characters in your painting, and I think that's really cool. I don't think the characters need to be like super complicated design-wise, but they can still communicate like real feelings. And sometimes when they're not humans and like they don't look like you, sometimes that helps you kind of like feel the emotions through them a little bit better than if they were, I don't know, had like blonde hair, were tall, fat or skinny, all of these sort of like characteristics. Then you go through this filter that like, am I like these characters or not? But when the answer to most of those things is not, then you just like, I don't know, somehow it's easier for me to put myself into their emotions, feel what they're feeling. Let's make some stars. Esther is saying, I wish I was a little happy pumpkin. I mean, that's what I'm saying. In a way, we all are. like happy little pumpkins. Big fan, sir. Please don't call me sir. Like, if you're calling me sir, it sounds like I'm about to like spank you or something. What software do you use to edit your videos? I love their editing. And how long do you normally take to edit each one? Oh my god. So when I made the water tutorial, that was like almost a full month of like doing the paintings, editing it and scripting it, because it's from the like the most difficult end of the type of videos that I make. But sometimes when I'm quick, I can just do a video in like week and a half, but normally it's around 2 weeks. When I'm not working on a video, I'm working on like membership stuff for this channel, or just like work to pay the bills type of work. And I'm editing on Premiere, so that I can give Adobe all of my money. From that layer, like one thing that I remember is like in the sketching phase where I was like planning the silhouette, one thing that I'm missing is the like chimneys. I think chimneys are like one element where I can kind of like break up the monotony of the rooftops. So that's something that I still want to do. And thank you. I'm glad that somebody notices the editing, because it takes so long. And I do enjoy editing, but there is one phase of editing that I do not enjoy. And this is fresh in my mind because I'm just doing it for the next video. And I have 2 paintings to cram into that video, so I have a lot of footage to go through. Basically those live streams that I did for the home away from home painting and camping alone. Was it that painting? I guess so, yeah. So for those, I have like all of the footage that are in those live streams and all of the overhead camera footage as well. And obviously I can't just like fast forward it so that it matches with the video timing. Of course I need to pick out certain elements that I am highlighting in the tutorial script of the video. But the elements where, for example, if I'm rendering a surface that can take 15 minutes, and sometimes I go and render one area, then I work on other areas, and then I go and work on it for a little bit. Like that sort of stuff where it doesn't look like I'm progressing the painting at all, or I'm doing some sort of like very menu heavy editing, like doing transforms, or like doing, for example, that sort of like a stars trick that I did just now earlier. If I'm not like teaching that in the video, like having all of these menus and like sort of like technical things like fly by in a really quick way, I think that can be annoying to some viewers, because like I'm showing a technique but I'm not explaining it. So I'm trying to edit it in a way that I am like showing the aspects of the painting that I am talking about in that video, because like one painting video like can't be a tutorial and here's how to do everything. That would be nice, but that way I would have already covered all of the techniques if that was like at all feasible. And I also have these rules on like how long can I hold like one cut. So there is like some retention editing too. But lately I've been kind of like wondering that like, is all of the necessary retention editing like worth it? Because like one thing that I was like wondering that sometimes, I haven't done it in a while, but like sometimes on the membership I do these like full process videos where I do have like all of the video material, and then I just like put it into one video with music on and showing me painting the whole painting from start to finish. And those are sometimes like hours long. They are still like sped up because otherwise they would be like 30 hours long, but some are like 2 to 3 hours long videos. And I was thinking that like maybe like finding some kind of a middle ground there could be possible, that I could upload on the channel for everybody to see, like maybe like a 40-minute process video where I have condensed like most of the painting without any of these like fast cuts, and just see how it does. Like if it completely fails, then maybe I won't do that. I have done that a few times on this channel, and usually it's kind of like flat lines. If nothing else, then, because like even those videos, like they take a lot of time to process, because it's not like I'm showing anybody on the membership that like here's me sitting 5 minutes looking at the painting and not like making a single brush stroke, because that happens a lot. Like only in these live streams I'm like continuously painting. Sometimes honestly when I'm working, I'm just looking at the painting and like trying to think of like the next steps to push it forward. But obviously I need to go through the 30 hours of video footage, or however long it is, to make one of those full process videos and cut out all the dead air when I'm not painting anything. Anyway, I'm just like saying these ideas out loud, so please let me know in the chat how you feel about this. Like kind of like an in-between video, like not 3 hours of painting, but like at least like 30 to 40 minutes. Just like picking a really good playlist. For example, I think the playlist for this live stream is just like kick-ass. I love this. May I ask you which music are we listening to? Like, this is a playlist that I created in Epidemic Sound, which is a music licensing service that I pay for this channel. Hello, Adam. Setsuno is saying, I've got you on my other screen while I'm editing. Just looked up for the first time in a while, and this house needs a greenhouse peeking out back. The one from your other pumpkin piece. Maybe it's on these grounds, who knows? Maybe this could be like the main building, even, for the pumpkins. It looks like they are very comfortable there, because like they are dashing outside. I'm not gonna do the transformations now, because that takes forever, and I don't wanna put you through that. I'm just marking down, like, where I'm going to, like, transform those windows that I already made those frames for. I'm not gonna do one here, because I need this element to have that sort of, like, light and dark contrast. But for the small windows, I'm gonna put one up here, one up here. And maybe even here. So those were the windows that have that sort of like cross section like this. These are just notes for me to like do all that work later. But like the visual impact is going to be the same, so you're not missing out that much anything exciting. I think here also probably a window would be good. This is just adding a little bit of like hue variety on this wall. Make the paint look a little bit less fresh. And simultaneous contrast, which is obviously my favorite thing ever. Gonna do one more of these. But this one I'm going to desaturate. Really, I'm just like dabbing on the screen. I don't know if you can even like see the difference, but it just adds a little bit of hue variation to these areas, and it makes the color look less flat. This is the sort of stuff that like when you have a print on your wall for 3 months, then you suddenly notice details like this, and like it's then when you appreciate them, not when you are looking at an Instagram post or something. For 2.5 seconds. Let me see, it just has a little bit more character to those. I'm adding a little bit of like drip marks from all of the elements that are protrude from the building. So these aren't shadows, it's just dirt kind of dripping down all of these like ornaments on the facade of the building. I love that the pumpkins are characters, yes. Since we don't have Halloween here, I kind of like feel bad for the pumpkins that get stabbed for decoration, so I guess that's where this idea for these characters has come from. My favorite character is in the pumpkin lounge. If you look on the left, there is actually like a stabbed ghost pumpkin right next to the no knives sign. I'm creating one shadow here. So that's what this layer is for. This is one way to keep the texture the same. This is the same technique, but in inverse, just like making it slightly lighter. These are like very small nuances, but I need to highlight this corner. Push it forward. I don't think there's any like efficient way to skip this phase where you're texturing a surface and you want to have these sort of like bridge values and different layers of colors that are just peeking through the different layers of paint. I think you can really tell like when an area like this has been like worked properly to look the way that it does, or if there's just like a texture or something slapped on it. But it's also the most fun type of painting that I think there is. So I would never want to even like optimize this part away, even if there was a way, which I don't believe there is. It's all about like finding those like areas of play where you can really just like go crazy with the different brush strokes and have that visual interest when you look closer. Because I have all of this like scaffolding that is like holding up the illustration already together. So where there is an area that is like explained by its boundaries, there is usually a spot where you can have the most fun. It's very sharp, so I'm going to break apart few of these like edges. Just a little bit, because this edge wouldn't be like razor sharp. And it's so close to the camera too that I don't want it to be distracting. Same here. Basically it's just hand drawing the same line that was already here, done by the selection. I like how the stairs on the front of the house are just a complete mess, but I think for visual impact they're already doing everything that I need them to do, so that can be something where I spent 50 years by myself like just doing stairs, because apparently that's what I made myself do here. Whenever you want to do stairs like this, there's a quick tip that you should always remember. Don't. That's it. That's the tip. Thank you. This is advice from a professional artist. Just believe me, it's not worth it. Whenever you feel like, oh, this would be a good spot for stairs, don't do it. Do something else. Do a waterfall. Or even draw a horse. You can spend your time in more productive ways. I think the tower needs work. Basically a complete mess just because I know how difficult symmetry is in these sort of elements, so I honestly have just been avoiding it. This is one of those things that like I can do it here right now, but I know it will look wrong, and then in 2 days I will be like, what was I thinking? But the whole frame to check the perspective takes forever, so that's why I don't think it's worth like wasting your time with it. But it's kind of like starting to look like a painting. I'm gonna do like a really quick round of color edits to kind of show what the final mood might be like. Like this is the mood, it's not gonna change that much from there. I am going to get rid of this line art because it doesn't make sense for just like one element to have line art. But I definitely think that like all the visual elements that are necessary for this piece are already there. It's just the rendering that is missing, like the ornamental details from the house. That's going to take some time, but I think that all the main design aspects are already there, and the shape language is really the most important thing. Once I have that in, like any amount of like ornamentation is like really easy to do. I didn't know that I have that much room in highlights when it comes to the moon. It was so dark all the time. Sorry about that. These sort of effects will just like eat away the contrast at the furthest outer reaches of the piece and bring that full contrast like right in the middle. I'm gonna check the chat real quick. But we are finally reaching the end of the stream here. Still going. Yeah, it's 4 hours, so I didn't even look at the clock, but it was exactly 4 hours. That's pretty funny. Alina is saying, hello, I just wanted to say that I recently lost little interest in art because it's so hard to learn, but your art lit something in me. Don't give up. I know that it's hard and it can be frustrating, but look for those sort of like artworks that like bring you easy wins. I want to like emphasize to everybody here in this chat that this is like really like hard for me. Like this type of subject, multiple characters, 3-point perspective, architecture design, environment design, like surreal colors that I can't even reference real world from. Don't do this when you're learning art. Honestly, I've said it on my channel many times. Like, pick small interesting things that you love to paint. Like, for example, this is an exercise, like, no matter how good you are at art, like, pick something like your art pig from your desk and paint that. If you look at my Instagram feed, I posted that like art assignment where you can like draw, for example, a cup with a limited amount of brush strokes. Do those sort of exercises so that you can finish something that you are proud of. But when you aim to do something like this, it's learning like all of those things that I just listed all at once, and of course you're not going to like make these huge leaps that are visible progress. So do art assignments that like show visible progress. When I'm, for example, designing art assignments, this is always like the main goal, that people who do these assignments will learn something useful for the future, and also get this sense that like I didn't know how to do something before, but now I know how to do this one thing, and I can use this in all of my future artworks that are studies about something else that I can take into those other artworks. Okay, sorry for going on this whole rant. It's just like something that I feel really passionate about. And it's something that you need to take care of, like your own creativity, so that you don't like crush it by putting like all of these like academic art studies. You need to balance it with like fun artworks that are just for fun, not for progress, but just for you. Your color palettes always help with your painting's mood. Yes, that's one of the things that I love preparing beforehand. By the way, this palette, you can steal this palette by screenshotting this right here. But for all the channel members, you don't need to screenshot this. I will put it in the downloads folder. So for all channel members, you will be able to download all the high resolution art in there, all the textures for paper grains, and there are brushes as well in the recent downloads folder, and other stuff. I forgot everything that is in there, but like it's a huge folder by now. And it's available until 5th of November, so it closes soon. So all the members, please go and check that out. What do you think about Adobe AI thing? I saw some people going from Premiere to DaVinci Resolve because of this whole Adobe is terrible company. Like honestly, I used to love Adobe Max events, but the last 2 years have been just like complete garbage. It used to have like a lot of like interesting talks for designers, but in the past 2 years, like the Adobe Max event has just been like not worth the minutes to invest in it. I appreciate your editing a lot because I know how long it takes. I enjoy making videos, but the time it takes to edit even art process ones makes it not worth it for me. Yeah, I can understand that. Video editing is not for everybody. And you have to like do at least like 100 videos before you get any sort of visibility on YouTube for most people who aren't like super lucky ones. and that can be like demotivating. I scrolled through your Instagram and there was one painting, Sneaky Snack, which got my attention, and was thinking it would be cool to see you paint paintings like this. Maybe this is in between. When I did Sneaky Snack, I was charging my iPad and I was standing next to the TV because I thought that I would just like do this one thing really quickly. So Sneaky Snack was so quick that I literally painted it standing up with my coat on because I was about to go out for a walk with Vivi. So there's like no process to even show. It's that quick. It's just few brush strokes, but I love that painting. I love that painting as much as I love some of my paintings that I have spent like 40 hours on. Lucky Pumpkins. I'd love to live in that house, ideally with the pumpkins. Love the color palette, especially that. Oh, I closed the palette. Here it is. Oh, I think this is an easier way to screen grab it. Thank you, Nancy. One of the window panes need to be broken. Maybe like broken, but then boarded up. That's actually a really good idea. I will do that. I will have one of the windows like break the monotony by having like boards covering it up. I think that would be cool. Kind of like storytelling element to show that people don't live there. Do you like scary movies? No, I get nightmares really easily, and I don't watch scary movies for that reason, because I don't like having nightmares. I like being able to sleep when I can sleep. Jonathan doesn't like the red leaves. Okay. Jonathan can paint other leaves. Esther Hoffman is saying, I love how every time after hours of work you think, I guess it's now looking like a painting. Yeah, I think it's looking like a painting. I don't, please. A Square Breaker is saying Mikko makes it look easy. Like, this is not easy for me. I just want everybody to understand that. Alina is saying, yeah, I have a lot of all or nothing mindset that does not really help with learning. Yeah, it does not. Adobe making Fresco completely free to combat Procreate. I don't kind of... I don't like the UI of Fresco, but if you prefer painting in Fresco, all the painting applications are the same. Like, it really doesn't matter what you use for painting. Previously, I would have said that don't use Fresco because you're just like throwing away your money with the monthly subscriptions. But if it's free and you prefer it, then like it's the same painting tool as Clip Studio Paint. It's the same painting application as Photoshop. Like, all of they are the same. Like, there's no point in like arguing about which application is better. They're all the same. Could you make it in the folder? I love Sneaky Snack too. Could you... I think Selena is asking for me to upload that to the download folder. I will upload it there. Okay, I need a Sneaky Snack. Jonathan, you can go on my Instagram, and Sneaky Snack is the yellow tree painting that has a monster hiding behind it, about to like grab one of the branches and eat it. I think that's a fun painting. Also, it doesn't have red leaves, so you will probably like it more. Okay, thank you so much for everybody for showing up to this live stream, and I'm so happy that I was able to do this and the stream didn't drop, which was honestly something that I was like really nervous about. It's on Instagram after the dog painting. Yes, that's true. Okay, I'm really bad at ending live streams. I just want to say that thank you for being here. Sorry for being so quiet. Like, this is a really like high focus requiring painting, so I really needed to be kind of like on the ball to get like at least all of this done, because it's so technical. And from this point onward, honestly, it's just going to be like doing the same things and finishing those areas just by zooming in and like working on the texture. Like that's not exciting, but it's fun now that I have this like place. And honestly, I love the little pumpkin running out and like waving at this dude approaching. I hope if you're going to Halloween parties that you have fun and you feel like you're invited and you don't have to question if people like you to be there. I hope that that's just like a weird thing of mine that I can maybe work through someday. But here, I always feel like I'm invited into these live streams because you're here. That's why this is so much fun for me, like getting to hang out with friends. Okay, thank you and have a great weekend. Okay, bye.